Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Back in our republic, building our infrastructure extension towards development 2. Hopefully being able to set up a settlement here soon. Everything is pretty much in place. We need someone to protect resource storages in this area. And we have to plan such resource storages. Those are open topics. The other one is to make a decision between secret police and or loyalty research to actually start gaining loyalty from the TV station. I don't have any spare tech free right now, if I remember correctly. I'm not sure what I'm researching even. Rail distribution office is on fire. That would be an expensive burn. I don't remember what I started researching or have researched. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, the resource map. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, yeah. 4 points from population, 6 points from the years, and 5 settlements makes 15 points. That's exactly what we have. I guess I decided to research the map mode first. My god, there's another fire. 2 fires to start out with. Lovely. Well, we might still try again with this, but I think we have to get the propaganda tech or the secret police. If we do this, then secret police would be a single research and could also be useful for the university. Propaganda would just be for the TV station. I'm not sure if one or the other is better. I think the propaganda tech would be a lot faster at like propagating loyalty. But secret police you can get quite early. Not that that matters right now. Since we're trying for a TV station based approach. We have to get the train tracks built. Tunnels are being built. Another tunnel has to be built. 2 tunnels. And the resource storages. Not blocking whatever oil we have in the area. But being protected by a settlement. And maybe a train station next to it. Making it the construction sector that can be supplied by trains from other settlements. Because we're going to have a passenger route going through here. 2, I think, like another smaller town that can then provide workers to this. Heading over to the large city. Probably with a harbor. So, I have to find a path leading through here. Could either go that direction, which seems quite convenient. Or the outside, but I think we'll choose this one. Very high elevation. Might have to do a cut. Otherwise we're going from 35 to 58 in a matter of meters. Hello Neo Contra. Welcome. This is around the same height I want to be at. I'm not sure if we can like lower this down enough in a smooth fashion. I mean, that's gonna start the cut, I guess. Now we just have to whittle it down. Moving a lot of earth to make like a somewhat realistic railroad that doesn't go up and down too much. Another tunnel would be taking a while to build, I guess, but could have also been an option. Maybe I should just get like a ton of bulldozers, so it becomes like a fairly easy affair, and just having like 12 of them would be quite quick. How many more can I get? I can get another 8. But then our free vehicle depots would all be in use. Maybe I just need to use the airfield trick. That would go quick, probably. I guess not. I think we just gotta wait until the other bulldozers are here. They are moving to refuel, are they? Ooh. I guess we gotta send a truck here to bring some fuel. Okay, I spend a lot of money on bulldozers. 600,000. There we go. It might also be time to extend our settlement here so we have more workers for our steel mill. Any additional worker we would provide in the city wouldn't require any more utilities and could immediately start working in the steel mill or surrounding factories, although the other factories are pretty much at capacity. Steel export at over 50%, 290 something tons, 290, yeah, 292. While the bulldozers are traveling, I guess we'll set up the... My god, another fire. Come on, game. Take it easy. Seems like a lot of fires have piled up. The other option is also plan the other village, which, I mean, we have the train station in place. That's like the main thing for this. Heating plant. Heating wise, this didn't seem to be too far away. 220 meters. Oh, we got a good break from workers and resources, gave me a chance to get caught up on the VODs. Hello, friendly local. We took a day off. We're maybe gonna do another day tomorrow. But I'm expecting to go back in a little bit longer on the weekend. So I might do a couple hours of workers and resources today and then do some more clan folk because I kind of feel like doing that. Really cool stuff you have going on here. Thank you. I agree, it's a very unusual development with the train line and the settlements next to it. But it works kind of well. Make everyone walk past the heating plant as they try to escape the village. Of our streams of workers and resources on the weekend confirmed. No. Why is everyone trying to kill me? This could be a slightly larger settlement and already provide the workers, I guess. Would still only be based on a single heating plant, but it could be like our initial settlement near the border. It could also have an end station, now that I think about it. Train end station. with a repair station. If we start building off of here, might be useful. Other repair stations getting kind of far away. I guess if we have an end station next to a depot, next to a repair station, it would repair it, right? I usually don't use the end stations for vehicle repairs, but in this case it might work quite well. Can also bring the repair materials by train theoretically. By telling another city train to send its train here. Drop off into the warehouse and then go to its other city, and the consumption here should be fairly minimal. And later on, if we have a train passing through, I mean, we could also use the rail distribution office for it, I guess. I would need coal and water. Coal gets here by truck. But if it's a larger area, we might have to set up the aggregate unloading station here too. I guess it would have an aggregate unloading station. Okay. And then I guess after the train station there would be a loop into the end station for trains to arrive here. No coaling station, but an aggregate unloading station would also have to be part of this. Accessible by trains of 160 meter length to unload coal. And then I guess the repair station should be fine by truck deliveries, but I could bring the resources here by train. We could have a warehouse connection that also acts as a delivery warehouse for the grocer. Might even be able to use like a shopping center, I guess. How far away are we from the train track? Plenty. I mean, if we're delivering by train, then we might also use the meat delivery by train and use a cargo train station hooked up to a warehouse, but that's just like, it's taking up more and more space. We need the construction materials here first. Okay. Reasonable reach. Almost up to the junction up here. Fire station in this area or up the hill. Settlement all down here. I'm not going to set up any additional logging because the logging trains are not making that much money. And we have the heating plant somewhere central. Close to the train station. How are we going to deliver coal by train? Instead of resource deliveries, I could set up a brick factory here. That is overkill. The brick factory would be outside. Well, this is only going to take care of a fire station. We need the fire station and we need the train station hooked up, and then we can bring workers to this area and set up like some extra bus stops and then plan the village. That's what we're gonna do. Like the previous one, that worked fairly well. But this time we're going to build the fire station up here because, like I said, it will protect a settlement extension of the construction sector through the tunnel. Now, can we get there? It's quite far. A direct connection would work. We build an asphalt footpath. Hello Zabinakis. Hello Lobo. Welcome. We just restarted? Nice. We did not restart, no. It's not time for that yet. — 367 meters, that would work. I think we're just gonna build up a section of road, design whatever we want, and yeah, see what we build here. No bus stop. How are you? I'm really good today. I feel really good, thank you. How are you? For how long do you think this current save will last? I don't know. Since like we're not really close to self-sufficiency yet, it could last for a while, but I'm also wondering about a restart, but in like 2 weeks there's gonna be the Victoria 3 DLC. I don't know how good that is going to be. Then I'm gonna get my new PC and I don't know. Which is poor. Ton of USD though. That's starting US dollars. We started in this run before they updated the amount you start with. I really like to watch Wiki 3 again, yeah. I would like to play it again. I'm not I'm probably gonna buy it on day 1, but Paradox games day 1 sometimes don't work. And then I'm gonna be away for like 2 days after the release. So I'm not sure. And then I should have my new PC, I hope. Let's see. Yeah, should be in range if we get the footpath out on the road. Netherlands is gonna be so interesting with them having a chartered company and trade-based economy. Yeah, like with all things Victoria 3 and Paradox these days, I don't really follow the development anymore. It's like I'm not really watching any of their development diaries. Because it's like, I don't know. It's a lot of like hype building and stuff like that for me that I'd rather just dive into blind and then see how it works and if it's enjoyable. I have enough stuff that I can already play, so I don't have to read on what I could be playing in the future. So I'm not sure what they're planning. I'm just like buying in blind, I guess. If it's like trade companies, if that's like companies for trading, sure. I hope the AI becomes more competent. That is such a letdown all the time. That's like, you're playing well, and then as any nation you can do basically everything, everywhere. If you just like play well enough, and the AI, if you're playing a major nation, always just feels like a pushover. It's just there to like trade with you until you do what you want. But who knows? Maybe there will be a mod to fix that. Anbel's AI mod was pretty good when the game was in the initial version. Don't know if there's any good AI mods these days. Haven't played in a while, so there's that. I had a bit of an addiction with a different game, I guess you could say. It's not really an addiction, I would say. It's just like mutual beneficial friendship. Might buy the DLC too. Don't usually do that, but the EU5 wait is driving me a little insane. I have no idea what the EU5 is gonna look like or going to be. I avoided that like the plague after Imperator. I had no intention of like getting hyped for their games again. I also didn't buy Imperator on release, so I bought that later. After it got some updates shortly before it was abandoned. I don't know. Paradox has made their games very approachable, which is good. But they also like just, I don't know, maybe I've gotten better at playing them and they feel not as challenging anymore. Hearts of Iron 4 is like a fantasy, do whatever you want kind of game. I don't know, I'm a bit jaded. Historical sandboxes turned what if scenarios to the max. So I can not really have a discussion about like EU5 or what they're planning. I really liked EU4 until I think it was the England flavor DLC. That's when they started with the whole flavor DLC thing, and it was like, oh okay, we're going that route now, huh? Like just milking individual countries based on making them like nice and pretty. And then a DLC that releases and creates like flavor for a country a couple years down the line is gonna be like wholly different than one that we get now. Instead of like feature packs, we got like theme packs. I don't know. I was worried about where things were going, and then the DLCs also got a little bit worse, and yeah. Hype is a double-edged sword when it comes to games. I think that's very valid criticism. I'm worried EU5 might, with more complex systems, will fare even worse for the AI. Yeah, that's... They can make complicated systems for the player. The question is if the AI can play it, because complicated systems by themselves are cool for learning the game, but if you have learned them and the AI isn't able to play them, you're basically just playing the systems against like, well, AI that can't really compete. Today was EU5 Dev Diary about Islam. Okay. Get me wrong, I'm not following EU5 closely, don't watch the videos, just read some Dev Diaries. We're building an airfield? Momentous day. No. We're just using airfields for flattening the terrain, because this is gonna hold a construction sector. A train line's gonna come out here and just supply resources to a construction sector. We might either deliver coal to produce bricks locally or just bring the bricks here. Not sure yet. This is where the train line's going to go. Excuse me. I'm trying to beat a dead horse, because I'm trying to better my behavior in this chat, but multiplayer remains an option if you want more competitive games. I'm not a good person when I get competitive. You have not seen me play a competitive game yet. But these things don't ruin the paradox. I don't know if I would like enjoy a competitive Victoria 3 game from the start. I definitely don't want a... Let's like have a regular co-op game and then suddenly it turns competitive and like... I don't know. These things on release day. You're hoping for too much, I think. Okay, this is a pretty like flat valley. I don't know how much I want to terraform this. The construction sector should all be flattened, but then the oil field will be different. I have to wait where the train is going to come in from, but the track until here is pretty much a given. They can build that and then we have to see. But we know how you are when being competitive. I got banned 1 or 2 times for teasing you when you were playing that VR racing game. I don't think you got banned for teasing me. That's not being competitive. That's because you were trolling in chat, not... I didn't ban anyone for being competitive myself. Let's just say that's not what I'm talking about. Victorian era is supposed to emulate friendly rivalry between big nations without war. Humans do push it though, and for me it's just a number. Yeah, you can just... I mean, if the 2 largest nations agree to like... There's... I don't know if there's like an incentive for players to form rivalries. If you have like... If you form a power gaming partnership, then you have a power gaming partnership and nothing in the world can really stop you. Lopo can agree that it was because you're being competitive. I don't know. would have a heating plant here. They're probably just gonna walk in the front door anyway, but... Coal connection to an unloading station for aggregates. Do we really want that, or am I just going to build a village? And the coal unloading is gonna happen here, and we're gonna have a brick factory, but then also other trucks can take coal from this area instead. We have the coal delivery here. I mean, the settlement, the large city will definitely have its own coal unloading nearby. I think it was because we broke his rules. Mega Monkey is a tyrant that was created within the post-annoying broadsword during the Racer's world. One word timeout strike, at least fortunate. I was doing a race yesterday, it was a lot of fun. Didn't stream it. Didn't want to get bullied. And that's why I had a good race. I spun 2 times, so I wasn't bored for the last 2 laps, and that made it fun. Otherwise I would have been last to first in the first lap on Nordschleife again. It was only a 3-lap race. How long is that train? 87 meters. Could definitely make it twice as long for more cement exports if I wanted to. Spinning for fun, are you sure, competitive soul? I didn't spin on purpose, but I pushed the car way beyond its limits because I was trying to drive. I wanted to see what the car can do. Then I spun and then I wasn't first anymore, so I had a little bit of fun. Of course, the competitiveness struck again, and then on the last lap I set the fastest lap and, well, won. But it felt like the car handled in a way that I haven't like driven it before yet, so I'm kind of interested in trying it again at some point soon. I don't know. We will have to set up this train line before we can start developing things, so rail construction basically has to make its way over there. Finish the tunnel, build the bridge, build the piece of train track here. And then the other tunnel that I thought I could maybe shorten or like completely get rid of by just cutting through the terrain instead. I think me being competitive would scream a very loud curse word about losing first place due to a mistake. Yeah. But I was competitive in Race Room for the longest time, and it has kind of stopped. So driving around alone in front is boring. So that's why I'm starting like last in many races, even if I don't have a chance to win that way. It still feels frustrating though, because there might be people who are wanting a normal race, and if someone starts from the back and drives past them, they might feel stressed out, and that's like something I'm like ignoring, I guess. I haven't done this for the longest time, starting from the back and doing like last to first challenges because of other people. Like, you're putting stress on them for doing that. But those are like fun races anyway, so it doesn't matter. I don't think. I hope. Or ban people from chat. That too, yeah. I do that for relaxation as well. That's relatable. I had to think about that recently. Not because I'm a pro gamer that can beat anyone, mind you. Okay. That's what, it was all about time investment. I just spent a lot of time in race room. So much time. And when you spend a lot of time in a video game you like, you can get good at it. See Victoria 3, for example. You might consider yourself above average in that game at the very least, I assume. And that's not from talent, from being born with an innate ability to be good at Victoria 3, I would assume. Well, let's say that the AI in Victoria 3 has been developed to give an average player a challenge. This is how I would define average in Victoria 3. Majority of players will probably find the game challenging and more, and curse the AI every now and then. Above average, like I said. Am I going to build up the residential area? It will need grocers, for sure. Small shopping center is probably in reach for everyone who would settle here. If we make sure that the footpaths are in order, but it's also getting pretty close to its capacity. And we don't like being close to capacity, because then things might go wrong when it undergoes maintenance. Seems like it is the waves of the passengers arriving here by train that's putting a bit more than average stress on the building. How many hours do I have in this game? Over 3,000. 3,170. I think Project 7 has more now. Project 7 doesn't list any statistics on his page. Never mind, I have no idea. I don't know. So I guess we would have another small shopping center here. A grocer on the left and the right. Could extend it out a little bit to this side, up to the hill. And build housing up here. I should also finish the low quality housing block in this area. I started it. That would be an easy way to finish things. And get a tiny amount more people. Not a lot of people here. Cowardly. Nah, it's understandable, I think. I think it makes sense. I also had my stuff hidden for some time. I might do that again at some point. Hello Simon, welcome. I think there's a line where they always go from respectful to pitiable for 3K. Is at the latter yet, IMO, isn't yeah. Well, it depends like it depends like at what you're looking at. So someone who looks at like video games as like a quote unquote respectable hobby, they would be like, oh yeah, 3K isn't that much. But then someone who doesn't do video games and is like into like doesn't see them as like a worthwhile endeavor, they go like, oh, 3K, huh? Well then, you're on the list now. Good luck. The seed pumping station can go, right? That is obsolete. Yep. Gamer. So my view is warped, yeah, you're right. I'm glad there isn't an hour tracker for League of Legends. I feel bad knowing how much of my teen over-wasted. Working with a pulled hamstring is awful. Why are you working with a pulled hamstring? Get some rest. It's a bit awkward. Mr. Honks, yeah, I do too. I can rest until Friday now. Ah, okay, good. At least something. An hour tracking for LOL? No thanks. Don't want to see how many months or if not years I haven't it. Well, you can play it on Steam, then you know. think seeing hours on a game that I enjoy feels good. It's when the hours feel like a waste retroactively that it feels sickening. Don't play League anymore, the game broke me. That can happen with any game. And some people, I guess, see those hours as like... What would other people see if they saw those hours? I mean, that's the reason why I hit the numbers for some time. But now I've stopped caring pretty much. Until I do again, at some point. I'm more ashamed of my Steam account value. Well, that's only going to go up. And that's also a reason to hide your games, because if the games are hidden, then no one can calculate your Steam account value. But I made my Steam account in an era of Humble Bundle where you got like hundreds of games for a few bucks. And now it looks very impressive. Excuse me, Jesus Christ. I'm so sorry. I've been burping a lot. I was born during the internet is amazing, share everything era, so a lot of my info is just out there. Surprised nobody has called me by my first name in here yet. I've always been very careful with my information. The internet never was truly awesome. Uh, 127 meters, that's absolutely fine. If they can reach the bus stop, that is. What's this? Just a footpath in the middle of nowhere. I don't think so, you're not gonna build that yet. That's a lot of wasted space. We'll probably just have to do the barracks thing like we did next to the train tracks. Oh my god. How did you know Simon's name? What the hell? We're just gonna put barracks right next to the road. And keep them as a separator. I also know that Simon was born in 1898. 1898, wow. Does I just need to check? My population of the West East Run is just decreasing overall. It's from deaths and escapes. Thinking it has to do with my loyalty. Build a secret police to check loyalty based on what I can find. It's most 1 to 20%. What loyalty do they stop wanting to escape? 1 to 20% means you might not even have any monuments around. Like 30% is like a good minimum, but you have something problematic going on with your republic there. That is very low loyalty. Yeah, those count. Still no airfield. No airfields, no. I had a famine spiral for a few years, which led to crime spike. Loyalty must have been burned off from the prison. Yeah, that sounds like a thing that could have happened. I mean, they will stop escaping eventually, but wanting to escape eventually, but I don't know, if you say you had a famine spiral for some time, then it's probably going to take a while. Wait, was it able to do a footpath through there now? Or am I imagining things? I must be imagining things, right? Yeah. What do you think about streaming viewer submitted saves to try and save their republics? That would be a long-term endeavor if I'm ever feeling bored. That's like taking a look at saves, maybe, but I don't know. That could backfire. I don't think that would be a good idea. Come on, game. Don't think that sounds like a good stream, Lopo. It's a video idea though. Yeah, probably correct, but I don't see Broadsword editing a video for YouTube. That is also correct. Des didn't take his meds today, confirmed. I have some sour stuff right next to me that I can eat, which technically feels like medicine. Other than monuments I saw in the video, if you set a minimum staff loyalty in buildings, it would boost loyalty. Is it only for education buildings? And media, radio, TV station, to make sure, and like the prison also. So prisoners get like a higher loyalty when they visit something to that effect. But you need to have a functioning secret police for that to work. you don't know the loyalty of your citizens, they're allowed to work. So, if you don't have a secret police, you know no one's loyalty, thus everyone's allowed to work. Did you end up getting secret police, or is it still on the agenda? I'm debating with myself to getting secret police and or just spend 2 research points and get the loyalty boost for the radio itself. I think the secret police is probably going to be more versatile because we can also use that for the university. So it's probably going to be the next research point going towards secret police. Instead I got the resource map mode, which was kind of fun, but now that we have it, I was also considering getting Bauxite, but I think the secret police would help with the loyalty situation. Make everything more efficient. As you do in this game. So much construction noise. Wouldn't be very secret if you told you. Good point. Efficiency. Hello to my. I love efficiency. So much so I neglect effectiveness. That doesn't make any sense. Well, let them build all of this, except this footpath. Makes plenty sense to an efficiency head like you. Then it's fine, I guess. The question if we will use an end station here or not is still open. In the beginning I guess we won't. But it can be retrofitted in. I think it's gonna be skipped for the other larger settlement that will be further along this route, which we can build once we have the materials in the area. But first the settlement has to be opened and people have to move in here to protect everything via a fire station. And currently they can't reach it by foot. The assumption was that there's a footpath here, they might. Yes. So we could bring firefighters here. And also have some spare workers for some free construction offices that can have some buses or personal cars picking up workers from the area. I can reach the bus platforms. Why are you too distant? You said you... oh, because the... wait, what? Oh, the footpath hasn't been built yet. That makes sense. I have to build these up now. Have to go grab dinner. Bye, Lopo. Also, your number one goal for today, probably setting up the settlement development to be named. I'm not planning on a long stream today. I think I'm gonna go back to some clan folk after like 3 or 4 hours in workers. Which means I'm gonna restart the stream. Because I'm gonna upload this and I don't want to have to do any editing. So I'm gonna stop the stream and start a new one with clan folk. If it happens. I might also just decide to like, I don't know, keep playing this or like, I don't know. Would be weird if I start uploading other stuff to YouTube too. It's still warm here. Kinda means like I don't want to stream, which is a shame. But the temperature is quite annoying. Maybe this is gonna be the year where we'll get some form of AC. Or just a large standing fan. I don't know. That was kind of nice. Let me turn on the fan. I have a small USB one. It's still cold enough where it's probably usable. Be right back. Alright, hopefully that's not audible. But one of my, like, I'm getting slatted by airflow from one side now. So there's that. Life expectancy here is 51. What the hell? Why is that? Is it the gravel processing? Why is there so much pollution here? Was it the sewage discharge? It's probably the sewage discharge. Might be a combination of both. Maybe I should reroute the sewage further away. Bring the sewage over here instead. Well, that would mean... Can you turn up the fan, Mr. Streamer? I can't hear it. No. It is good the way it is right now. Maybe relocating the sewage unloading to a road cargo station over here, or like a road unloading station. And then redrawing the sewage pipe after, which is gonna cause some pollution issues for the city. They're not complaining about anything, they're just very, very low health here. But they're not complaining about it. They're trying to be troopers. Oh my god, the pollution here is abysmal. It is horrendous. Here it gets fine, but this area? No good. Alright. Means I have to redo the sewage pipe. That could cause issues for the city, obviously. But we'll see if it's going to be minimal or not. And then other large sewage pipe around here. And we would have to do a disconnect and then draw it to the new area. What the hell is this? So this is where the sewage pipe would come in on. We can build it up and then make a... Oh my god, what are you doing, game? What the hell is this? Like, what? Are we that low down? 2 meters. Shouldn't be any difference, like... I don't know what you're doing. But you're messing things up. Oh, there's a weird hole in the terrain here for some reason. I'm not sure why the game is doing that. It doesn't make any sense. I might think that there's still water there or something. I think think it's how I did the connection over here, maybe. That's looking better. Somewhat. Okay, that looks acceptable. And we would have to bring that in from here. I'm a little bit worried that it's gonna like trick me and it's not actually going to be able to connect. We have to work quickly on that. Let's see. This goes from here to 2.1 meters, and we're gonna make it connect from the switch, which is at 2.25. So it should, in theory, be alright. I hope. Well, let's build it. If it doesn't work, then we have to tear it down. It's gonna be a mess. That looks odd, yeah. I hope I fixed it. We have many fans. Too many. I'm gonna be the victim of fan death. Those poor people, man. There's not a whole lot of life expectancy here. Can I get a name tag here to maybe change only the housing in this area? So not have any highly educated people here, and then see where highly educated people live. Yeah, they shouldn't be living here. Make sure you are still active as highly educated. I just used you for relocation. You should, I don't know, probably have your regular education. I built you fairly late. Regular education. Too many highly educated people everywhere. Okay. Yeah, this thing is probably making quite a bit of pollution. I hope relocating this away from the settlement is going to fix things. These people are not happy for this. And maybe the gravel processing is too close as well, but that one usually doesn't make that much, I thought. I guess it's running kind of frequently these days. Ah, it is making 9 tons. Plus 2 tons per quarry, so 11 tons of pollution out of this area. And whenever the concrete and asphalt plant are running, so it's not nothing. But yeah, let's see how it looks like if we get the sewage relocated. Discharge it here. Means that maybe restrict myself with the housing not getting too close to the coast, but we'll see what the pollution looks like after we run this for a while. Oh yeah, pollution here is also quite bad. Already, like, this is already yellow. Huh. This whole lake is a mess. I might not actually move the population onto this side. Maybe, we'll see. We could set up a water treatment plant, I guess. That would significantly reduce pollution from all of this. And we're not really having that much output. That seems way too modern. Doesn't sound like early start at all. Let's wait with that. sewage treatment plant and then discharge it over here instead. I mean, if we treat the sewage, then it would be pretty clear. I guess we could maybe think about having a sewage treatment plant on that side. Replacing the whole idea of the sewage pipe I'm thinking about right now. And then this sewage pipe would have to come back along the road into a sewage treatment plant. Or sewage treatment plant. Right here. And that would clear all of the pollution. Then we route it back through and out into the water on that side. We'll do that instead. Which means all of this is also obsolete. Wait a minute. Let's not try that. I thought maybe there was a way to like duplicate these buildings over what you're actually allowed to have. I guess I'll try it briefly. So I can't place any more buildings right now. We're at the limit. But the idea was now to demolish this one. Okay, it still doesn't work, so it actually has to remove it first, and then it allows me to place it again. Good. Makes sense. And 65 cubic meters. That is plenty. Could have a direct sewage pipe from the unloading station here too. But we don't need that. They can unload the sewage into the sewage treatment plant. So the only connection we need is this. Going into the switch. This will create health issues in the city. We should build everything else first. Then tell the technical services that they can unload in here and see if we can maybe can't build this on the water. Maybe have enough sewage trucks on standby to like deal with a little bit of this nightmare, but with running water this is going to be an absolute catastrophe health-wise. Single sewage pipe should be enough. Can't really handle any more. Are mods a must in this game? I've been playing without mods for most of the time I've been playing, so no, mods are not a must. It depends on what mindset you're in when you're trying to solve problems. Some people look at the workshop, see something that like provides an easy solution, and some people think about how to solve issues with the tools that the game provides. But then of course you also have the idea of like changing the game to what you want it to be. You want it to be about an even earlier time period? Well, mods have you covered, I guess. That is a possibility. But yeah, mods are not necessary to play this game. This run completely without mods. The only 2 mods I have installed are because of maps I subscribe to that require some mods, but other than that I have no mods whatsoever. Gotcha, thank you. You're welcome. Looks like the fire station's gonna finish, and then we need to wait for the train station to arrive here and be like connected to the train tracks. At least the tunnels are almost done, and they can start building the bridge. A bit more track, another tunnel, more track, and once we're at the train station we can bring workers here, which will be able to walk to the fire station and keep everything protected while we build it up. And this time I won't send the workers away too early. Until the whole settlement is done and we pick up passengers that need to go somewhere. We'll need a covered hull truck to drive chemicals into the building. People can probably walk there. Let's wait with that footpath, they can reach into the building anyway for now. What truck is heading here right now? Where were you loading sewage from? This one? Right, this one hadn't been connected yet. We'll just bring it over. Small sewage pipe. And then hook up running water after. Take care of the sewage trucks in this area. Maybe that explains all the ambulances that I'm hearing. It's all these people suffering. Problem number 2, bringing too many workers in the area. We should stop loading workers before the construction. Or at least like not a full complement, just Sovskoy train platform, then bus stop construction, so yeah, sure, you can unload. But you're not supposed to bring anyone here other than a couple, tiny amount of workers, and then make sure you have the capacity to pick up the rest of the people living here. It's kind of important. I once had a built sewage switch, but flow had stopped at this point. Due to why it wasn't working was that the switch had a yellow glow. There were in fact 2 switches, on top of another. They were built, but not to the build switch, giving an illusion that they were. I have never seen a bug like that yet. It might have happened on an autosave, clicking and accidentally like somehow placing 2 switches twice. I mean, I can place a lot of them very close together, but not overlapping. It's very frustrating. Oh, sure. When things don't work, they are frustrating. $25-ton dump truck waiting to pave 1 ton of asphalt into a tiny road, waiting on the workers to arrive here. Hopefully that'll deal with the health issues here. I guess the factory next to the heating plant, next to the sewage discharge, all accumulated way too much pollution. And we can deal with the sewage one. The heating plant and the factories have pollution filters installed. Gravel processing is also not to be neglected, but I think in the grand scheme of things that one shouldn't make too much. Yeah, 6 workers is fine. Okay, got space now. Check the list of buildings, see if any of our buildings outside of maintenance range are out of enough wear and tear repairs. Oil well. That one is kind of the building that will run out of maintenance on its own. Barely needs anything. A little bit of steel, some mechanical components, sure. Just get it done. I guess Bugudonsk assigned itself. That's fine. Good. Are there any workers heading here? Not yet. One tunnel done. Bridge construction is underway. Yeah, cement doesn't seem too bad. It's very easy to produce. Definitely have more than enough quartz stone and more than enough gravel. Although gravel is being used up faster. The delivery of quartz stone could be a bit better. But currently we're keeping up with demand. I don't intend for this to be a high throughput cement plant for like export. Then we would have to set up the other gravel processing. Paving is done, now just rolling. Plenty of workers, that's gonna finish, and then the sewage treatment plant can be built. Once the sewage treatment plant is done and most of the constructions here are done, then we have to redraw that sewage pipe from the switch. Demolition will hopefully be quick, and the construction of that sewage pipe should be able to complete most of it in advance, I think. I might just wait until it's done and then just draw this pipe in one go. And hope that the construction is fairly quick. Sewage is going to pile up. I could also let the citizens run without water. I think it might be safer to run with like minimal water than with like full on water. So we'd have to like schedule the water tower to be like emptied out. And once water has been turned off for everyone, then we're going to do the rework. Because I think the sewage tanks piling up with like loads and loads of sewage is going to be a nightmare faster than lack of water. Although lack of water is going to reduce the efficiency of every building. That's kind of something we have to do during summer. So basically, in April, we could already start. Once the sewage treatment plant is on the last construction phase, we're gonna start it. Because construction of that thing will go quick. I need a truck for the chemicals at the ready. Green Yag. Are there sewage trucks in the area? Yes, but running water is going to be way too much for the sewage trucks to handle. What are the water trucks doing? There's one water substation which is not hooked up. We did hook up the sewage pipe for it, but we still have to hook up the water pipe, which we can do now. There we go. Running water. There's always pulling a water truck right now because it has buildings that are in range of the water tank, which already get running water, and it's like emptying them out way too quick. I don't know if there's one or two more construction phases after this one. We could trickle feed water to them. So water is going to drain fairly quickly. Should be the quickest in like something like a shopping center. I guess the pipes still have some water in them, of course. The water tower's not letting anything out. So water substation is empty. And this building, I don't know if it has another connection. It does. That one still has water. And we're out. And then the efficiency drops rapidly, so I don't think we can run no water because everything is just going to be way too problematic. Not enough efficiency in the buildings. I guess we just have to deal with the sewage and the health issues. Last phase of the sewage treatment, I thought it took a while. For me, it wouldn't accept cranes. Okay. We will see. I can throw a lot of workers at it though. We are in walking distance of loads and loads of houses. Hello, Code Monkey. Let's see. That's not the last phase yet. Some concrete and steel for pouring concrete phase. And then more steel and mechanical components. I think it's going to end up with a sewage pipe around here, next to the power lines, I guess. Was a large treatment, maybe the small one is different. Yeah, I don't remember having issues with the small treatment plant, and I don't think they have been updated. It's probably going to be fine. Resource deliveries should be quick and efficient, since we're pretty much right next to the construction materials storage and the production of concrete. Two more concrete trucks and we got enough. And see what the last construction phase looks like. And also start the demolition of the sewage pipe. And reroute the technical service to probably... need to hook up chemicals. Waiting on that concrete. Does accept road cranes, so let's try it. This is gonna be a massive health crisis for the area. I only have one sewage truck. Good luck, I guess. Where's the sewage tank? It's already gonna be full. They're already overflowing, I would assume. Not yet, but They're gonna be filled quickly and be a nightmare. I haven't replaced the demolition office excavator yet with different road cranes, but at least this one isn't that far away. Steel and mechanical components will be delivered very quickly. The waste pickup should also not take too long. Construction waste and mixed waste are all handled locally. And we have plenty of trucks. And then the building of the other sewage pipe, of course. April 1993. We're going to take a look at how the health graph looked like after. Sewage tank full. Could turn off the water, but that is just going to create more problems. Let's not do that. Now we gotta wait for all the waste pickup to be finished. And then, yeah, get rid of it. Build the new pipe. Overflowing sewage is a long-term death spiral if that is ever happening to your republic. But it also has some longer lasting effects that you have to wait for being fixed. Good, it is gone. This works. Am I just going to draw it that way? It follows the power line pretty nicely. I'm just gonna bring like the terrain up here a little bit. Before drawing the sewage pipe. That looks good. High priority. Do you still have some of the original trucks from day one? Good question. Vehicle age. 59 years, fire truck at 78% wear. It's not quite from the beginning, but 4 years after. So, no. I don't have any construction vehicles left from the beginning. Seems like the oldest one is a fire truck. From 4 years after the start. Looks like the other ones have already been all replaced. Some of which I did by hand, because it was getting a bit silly. Okay. Sewage treatment is in place, needs its chemical truck from the local warehouse. The technical service will be assigned to now dump sewage in here instead. Which means the unloading station we kind of have to monitor and see where they're coming from. If they're still sending stuff here, which they should. For example, this settlement and other technical services will do that. They now have to bring the sewage in here instead. first lookup would be kind of nice, where you could just click a building and see whoever is assigned to it, but that only works for direct routes, not for distribution offices or technical services. So what we would have to do is like monitor a little bit. I'm gonna name this one so it's easier to see. Sewage treatment and water treatment. So whenever I click a technical service, it's easy to see that they're assigned to correct stations already, and they don't have the auto-generated name. Makes it a bit more easy to pinpoint what I already have migrated and what I haven't. I don't know if you are picking up and delivering sewage here. It was delivering to Bugodonsk. I guess we can change that too. Bring it here. Take water from here too. Hazardous waste we can handle over on that side now. And mixed waste you can bring here. Actually, mixed waste you have your own containers then, so sure. Not that way, no. Only mixed waste. And the truck that is assigned here to run should go to the transfer in Sovskoy as well. Not sure why I'm changing that, but why not? I think that settlement is closer. Part of the travel is also through a tunnel. And that Bugodonsk seems further away. Let's see if the pipe is making any progress. What is health looking like this year? A little bit of a population dip. A little bit of a health dip as well, as expected. Let's see how long it'll last. Was not prepared for the reconstruction side of maintenance. Feel like I need 5 more officers that I normally need, because reconstruction won't be done on medium priority if I didn't do so. If you're using the same construction officers for building then also for maintenance, and you're constantly building, then yes. Otherwise you need like a single construction office that doesn't do any construction and just does maintenance. That should be fine. But yeah, if you have them on the assignment tool and give them constant construction tasks on high priority, then yes, they will not be able to get to doing maintenance ever. They're going to be fairly busy for most of the time at that point. Work days. That's gonna be 4 in-game days. Switch project mission improbable. I don't know what to say to that. See you in stream again, maybe. Need to sleep. City took a load of me. Okay, have a good night. Take care. Tunnels are done, bridges are being built, as expected. Slowly making progress. At least we're going to be done with tunnels after we get to the settlement, and then just have to connect the construction material storages. Asphalt and concrete plant with cement delivery, and a bunch of other stuff. Keeping it clean. Alright. It's May. We need prefab panels stat. A road crane. And lay the pipe. Money, thank you. We have our own power plant now, so it is not an issue anymore. But thank you. Health is down to 84 and dropping. But we need 4 more deliveries of prefab panels and then the aforementioned road crane and a bunch of workers, and we'll be good. Road crane is present. Now throw workers at it and 1 more delivery, which is on its way. 17 workers. Need more than that. Need like 50 maybe. But the sewage situation will be under control soon. Life expectancy inside the city is now at 53 years. 51. So you can do a sewage rework. It's you just hopefully have prepared a little bit and it doesn't take too long. But yeah, this is a bit of a mess, of course. But once the sewage pipe is done, hopefully population will recover. The city's not happy right now. At least it's not cold. We say at 5 degrees. But a road crane would have helped a lot. Anyone still running here? Or did I get all the technical services? I guess we could tear down the sewage pipe and at some point the sewage truck might get stuck. That would be the easiest way to figure out who still has a connection here. Oh my god, I made a mistake. Jesus Christ. I made such an idiot mistake. I hooked it up to the wrong building. It needs to go here. Great. It's gonna be a little bit longer. Cancel that demolition, cancel that demolition. Focus on the other one. Well, now people are going to be a little bit more affected for longer. It'll be fine. It's just a minor extension of the sewage pipe. Hopefully it can be placed fine. We'll see. That's my streamer. Yeah. I was like, oh yeah, this draws quite conveniently and hooks up very nicely. Such an easy sewage pipe. That I did not like. It said something about requiring proper slope, so I hope this is not going to be a problem. But it might be a problem. We will see. Is it done? It's not done yet. Cancel. Gone. Oh my god. Okay, let's build the proper sewage treatment pipe that we want. Why doesn't it hook it up? This is higher elevation, isn't it? Oh, requires proper slope. Alarm bells? It's just going to kill a bunch of people. It's not that problematic. I didn't want to have any population anyway. Well, let's do the proper sewage pipe, I guess. Because the first one wasn't good enough. Make sure it's hooked up correctly this time. And we'll demolish this one too, because it's pointless. Do you have some 21 plus peepos? No. I don't know how many peepos I have. You gotta ask Mega Monkey, I have no idea. It might be 21 plus, I don't know. Okay, so we're gonna be delayed by another half month. 1k down. It's gonna continue. As you can see, population is diminishing. It's not even a proper, like, dirt footpath here yet. Gravel footpath. Or peepos, I thought, like, like emotes. No, of course not, like, everyone's dying right now. That's not going to happen. They're all going away right now. We're having a slight population rework due to our changes in the health system, going from 87 to 83 and further down. But hopefully the new sewage pipe this time will fix it. Make sure it's connected properly on both sides. Yes. Good. The gravel digging, trench digging, groundworks is taking the longest. It's fine. Let's maybe prevent people from moving in right now. That way people from Bugudonsk will not move in here at the moment. And once the sewage has been resolved, then they can move in bulk. Because right now otherwise we're kind of wasting those workers as they move in and get really sick. One more gravel delivery. And the same thing for prefab panels again. And hopefully this time I'm not hooking up to the wrong pipe connection. That was kind of funny, but a little bit of a setback, more than we would have had. So we're probably going to drop another 1,000 people. I mean, the drop will start slowing down as they stop producing sewage, etc. We should also have, like, stop producing sewage for the discharge here. Sewage tank, of course, is full, but the life expectancy in this area is very good now, so definitely was the sewage discharge. They're at 79, even with the overflowing sewage tank. These ones in the high density residential area, not so much. But we can do a birth rate increase research that will finish when the sewage pipe is done. I'm gonna start it right now, I think. Poop is overflowing, but have more children. I know we should be making 21-year-olds without their own flat. Birth rate increases, pop dies. Well, it's balanced, right? You have a population drop, so you use a population increase. It makes sense. But yeah, that was a me mistake, so that was not a game fault. That was just me like drawing a pipe and seeing connection and like, oh yeah, just connect it here, it's fine. Absolutely fine. It wasn't. I'll have to have a repair station here, I'm pretty sure. And we didn't notice either. I'm not blaming anyone. That sounded more passive-aggressive than it actually was meant to. I'm not blaming you, guys. It was just my mistake. It was an underground view, it was probably nighttime. I didn't see very well. The sun was also in my eyes while it was dark, so these things happen. Fan blowing in my face. Yep, that one's still running. The digging is the part that takes the longest normally, so after that prefab panels with a road crane hopefully will go quickly, but do we even have enough workers to like put the construction in? Oh my god. That's the highly educated people. Workers here. Sure. Send more construction workers, please. Oh god, game crashed. Because why not? I'm not sure what the reason is for that. If it is the camera angle, that would be so weird. Did we lose a lot? Probably not. 5 minutes. Jesus Christ. Another 5 minutes of watching this. It crashed right before the autosave. Well, at least I guess I can assign the workers to it early. Let's use a previous save? No. We're not going to where it was like hooked up the wrong way initially. We're not doing that. Okay. All to the train platform, please. Provide a lot of workers to the construction office buses. Like going back in saves unless it was an actual game bug. Or a misclick from like a stutter of the game or something. But that was a misclick, but mainly like due to my own mistake. So it's fine. We'll just deal with it. That would be your response, true professional. I don't know, like, I can understand doing like a mistake and then remedying it, but I think for the sake of the stream this is also more interesting than going back to end loading. I think this is what the stream would want. Okay, we got more workers now. Should be able to get it done. $110 days. 30 workers. An excavator in 3 days. Hopefully the excavation will be done. And then they can start with the prefab panel deliveries. The checkbox for not allowing people to move in apparently also didn't get... also wasn't taken, so... whatever, I'll just leave. It didn't collect that many 21-year-olds. Sovskoye is our largest settlement anyway. And then probably the university research for birth rate increase also happened in that time. So let's start that tech, I guess. Two more days, then the excavation is done. Okay, 1 day. Eight truckloads, 8 truckloads of material. And then we have the prefab panels. Throw some workers at it and fix the sewage situation. I mean, like, it has stabilized. It basically killed off all the old people. And by old people, I mean people older than 48 years. Which is a bit harsh. Hello Barbados Black Belly. Welcome. Down 2,000 people now. Could have been only 1,000, but you know. For chat, we made it a little bit more dramatic. Would be funny if we were out of prefab panels now and it would take longer. Thankfully that's not the case. There we go, all materials present. Now we need the buses. What happened? Population go down? Yeah. We're building a sewage treatment plant and I disconnected the sewage pipes. And then I hooked it up to the wrong building. And it took twice as long to set up the new pipes, so... it was a bit of a problem. Hello Nielski. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everyone. Have you been having a race already? How are you doing? What have you been doing? Automobilista 2. At this time of day, don't you usually just start driving now? That seems like a very early race. I hope you had a good time. Half a race. Oh. Was it an anger stream again? Did you get taken out, or was it your brain? I don't know, we always say that, so I'm gonna say it too now. Welcome Raiders, I'm the Sprite. We're playing Workers and Resources, which unlike Automobilista 2 is a game about Cold War vehicles. This was LFM, and not my usual communities. Ah, okay, so a different time zone. Or like different time, I guess. Workers and Resources is a city building game, and has nothing to do with sim racing. Sometimes I do sim racing, but I rarely stream it these days. You might see me on Nielski's stream occasionally. I'm usually like in his peripheral. Like, if Nielski's looking forward, he usually sees me. Smiley face. Was my brain forgetting to add one click of rear wing and then dying in a fast corner by losing the rear? Ooh. Was it a Porsche? It probably was a Porsche, right? Do you remember that click 20 seconds after the start though? Ah, so you could adjust your racing towards that McLaren. Ah, okay. Rear engine. Same thing. I hope it was still fun though, while it lasted. How much rating did you lose or whatever they use to track things? Have you already checked? Does it use a system like that, or is it just all hidden matchmaking? I don't know, results not up yet. Ah, okay. Pipe let the proof flow. Yep. We just reworked the sewage pipe for the city. 2,000 people died, but now we can use a sewage treatment plant, so that's nice. In some situations I would build 80% of a pipe disconnected at either end, so the population would only wait for 2 smaller pipes to be built. For anything other than sewage pipes I would agree, but sewage pipes, we tried it with the other pipe that was already partially built, but the elevation didn't want to play ball, so I couldn't really make that work in that case, unfortunately. But hey, we have lots of free flats for the people to move into our city now. That's good, right? We're gonna have a nice migration curve. Will the stream stay up for that, Nielski? Can I look at that later on, or are you going to take it down because it wasn't a completed race? I'm not sure how you handle these things. I think you leave everything up, but I don't know. Well, that's our sewage treatment handled, I think. It'll have to catch up, but it is doing that. We're only producing 30 cubic meters each per day, and it's handling 100. We'll be fine. I won't stay up unless I dox my bank account details or so. Ah, okay. That sounds good. It's always weird, like, raiding with Workers and Resources viewers to a racing stream and vice versa. I should be racing and streaming more, but I don't know, race room and stuff is a bit weird these days. But hey, maybe in 2 weeks or 3 weeks when I have my new PC I can take a look at it again, and maybe it's gonna run butter smooth at that point. Or I will have new hardware issues that I haven't had before. We will see. How do you like... I need to also look at the VOD and see how you introduce the whole raid thing to like a streamer who like who plays something completely non-racing related. I don't know if you rate people like that regularly. I don't know. Twitch is still weird to me in my mind in that regard. But I think it makes sense. Seems like some people stick around and enjoy the race, which is cool. I'm not sure about the overlap of people watching sim racing or participating in sim racing and then getting raided into a city building stream. That's maybe a smaller demographic. but who knows. There are cool vehicles in this game. Although these ones are pretty old. I wish Race Room had like historic interwar or like World War II era racing vehicles. I don't know. Twitch is still weird, yes. Both are partially about spreadsheets. Hello Days of Blunder. What a cool name. And yes, although we are running wipe-based planning, we're running a wipe-based economy, kind of successfully. Sewage treatment seems to have caught up, which is good. And now pollution here should be minimal, which is excellent. So yes, it was the sewage causing the health issues. And we caused a lot of health issues in our higher density area to solve the health issues in our lower density area. Perfect. The birth rate increase tech will solve it. Get some dinner? You go ahead and do that. Pollution is now much reduced. Still not going to do it for the food factory. But we could consider building that extension to the settlement on this peninsula. Although the pollution here still reaches. I don't know if I should set up a water treatment plant for this. I don't know if I can bring the sewage treatment over. Not really. I would have to use a pumping station, but I guess we could. We could bring it over, pump it up, and then also run it into the sewage treatment. Well, let's let the settlement recover. Running water pollution is always higher than imagined. With the last DLC added for the game, we now have vehicles from the 30s. I kind of want a bicycle tire race of old cars at some point. Sounds really cool. Were your larger load-in times excessive? Not really excessive, no. I mean, in the beginning of the stream, you can see the load-in times like a minute, 2 minutes. I usually don't care too much about it, but it is a bit longer than normal, it seems like. But I would not call them excessive load times just yet. Okay, population dip has been fixed from almost 11,000 down to 9,200. Slowly getting a good population growth number again. Health is recovering. I don't know what our hospital looks like. Hospital looks fine. All the people who are dead are dead. I just gotta wait for the recovery. And during that time, steel production is gonna be fairly low, but we have some in stock, so it's fine.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
I'm going to disable people moving into these towers because I will get a secret police and will get the migration again once the next settlement is up. The construction of the rail line is taking its time. Still have to build the steel deck truss and then the train track on top of it. It's a slow process. We could consider setting up a rail construction office here, but without workers it's... I mean, I would have to set it up in the first village, I guess. Yeah, maybe we should set up a rail construction office in the next village. Here seems pretty bad because of, like, how badly the terrain would, like, deal with that. I guess we could have it on this side. And bring resources to it by distribution office. Ah, that would be a thing, wouldn't it? Oh man, that's like... Sure, like rail construction right here. Throw it in. Bring the train tracks to the existing route and just start building. It is going to be possible, it looks like. That is interesting. That's going to mess up my train track so much if I keep doing that. Can we get a nice train track just down the hill without any terrain modifications? Yes, we can. Good. I'll have to demolish this after, but I guess we'll get it built. With the existing rail construction vehicles, add priority. And then set the construction offices up to build this thing, which will have electricity, water, and sewage. Workers will be delivered by train station. That's a new concept. We're creeping forward with the rail construction. The only slow thing will be the material deliveries. I don't have enough room to put like a construction material storage here, do I? So it's going to be truck based. Just use the internal storage. Set up extra distribution offices and throw materials at it. I mean, we already have them, so just need to move the vehicles back in. That's going to be such a long trip for the distribution office. I guess I have to plan my other settlements with the idea in mind that there's going to be a rail construction office with material drop-off. I mean, we also have to bring like gravel here. It's all going to be truck-based. It's going to be not very fast, I guess. But the travel back and forth is going to be the slow thing. And we're cutting that down a lot. The rail construction vehicles currently have to come from back there, where we're looking at. This rail construction office. All the way around the city on the outside, through the mountain, to here. And we'll cut that down tremendously. And the limiting factor will be how many trucks we throw at the issue of bringing construction materials here. It'll also get slower, but it'll be a lot faster for what we're doing. Once we have the construction material storage set up in its new location, where we will probably produce our own gravel and bring bricks, steel, prefab panels and boards by train, then we can also have a new rail construction office over here, which will build the train tracks up to the city, the new town, through the oil field. You know what? This is not great. This is how it should be. And this will take a while. Let me know when this thing is built. By that point, the train tracks should also be done. And then we'll start bringing construction materials to it and hope we can somewhat keep up with the resource deliveries. I'm wondering if I should set up gravel production. Just a tiny gravel processing plant, just a quarry, just like a smidge of gravel carried over here, produced directly into the rail construction office. Just a little bit, just a little bit. It'll be fine. Wouldn't that be a lot better than doing a truck-based delivery? For the tunnel and the bridge construction, we don't need that much gravel, but like afterwards, I feel like we do. So any source of gravel would be okay. Like from here, like a low source of gravel instead of truck-based deliveries to it would be absolutely fine. Like a 1% is maybe a little bit low. What about this one? Just a rail construction office, it's fine. It'll refuel elsewhere. Then we would need construction materials, but I think those are going to be arriving by train. The gravel will be the more important part, for the track building. The bridge and the tunnel, well, the tunnel is currently done, but the bridge will be an exception in that it will draw a lot of resources at that point. I'm going to set up a material storage. Whatever. Temporary rail construction. Test it. Doesn't need electricity, but it does have it. And then I guess a factory connection, because why not? Okay, build these 2 tracks first, sure. You are being blocked by a rail construction vehicle. Which will be fixed as soon as we have that in place. Because then the trains can turn around here instead. I need to clean up my free vehicle depots. They're all in use, and that is not okay. Road vehicle depots. Oh yeah, all the bulldozers. I remember. I got them because terraforming was slow. And now I don't need them anymore. For the time being. It's also full, huh? I guess we'll go in here. Nothing else to do right now. I don't know where the other free vehicle depots are. I will check that right now, make sure we maybe clean up a little bit more. Bugodonsk. Yeah, that's an old vehicle. 60 years. Definitely can go to the scrapyard. Next one. Another one here, empty. Get rid of it. Next one. Kirillov is empty. That one will stay. Let's just open them all. The other ones are build road depots. They do not matter, but these 2 can be also removed because they're also empty. Make sure we don't accidentally demolish anything underground. I think that excavator is gonna go away soon. It's a slow one. For the terraforming it is fine, but can't really go anywhere else. We need a dump truck to carry the quarried stone. This has been built. Let us set up the route here. Because now we can. And then building wise, this is where the trains can go, one train at a time. And through here we will have to place signals once the track has been built, and the rail construction office, of course. I guess I could place a bit more housing on this side, now that the pollution issues are completely gone. Absolutely nice. We should also have a lot more 21-year-olds without their own flat, because they previously were all jumping into these houses and barely keeping up. I am considering the idea of a sewage treatment plant here. But I don't really have the space for it. I guess we could run the pipe out this way. Sewage treatment plant somewhere here, maybe relocate one of the distribution offices or both, and then bring it around and just discharge it on this side. It would not stop any critical production. I mean, food production sounds critical, but we have a lot of food in stockpile, and it would just be a build everything up and then redo one of the sewage pipes again kind of situation. Hello Strunza, thank you very much for the follow. And welcome to the stream. This would also be in walking distance of everyone. Should probably be able to put the sewage treatment plant here. Seems like it would hold that in the area. I would have to relocate both distribution offices, not too difficult. The cement one closer to the cement storage and the other one somewhere else. I guess both of them could be relocated over here, along this road. I guess we'll do that, and then the pollution here will also be not an issue anymore. The discharge can be the same one. That's fine. We'll just have to route it through a purification and then back to the discharge. Meat distribution rural. Why are you bringing it to Sovskoy? It's not really your... Actually, it is your prerogative. It is what you're supposed to do. I named it the rural, but it's like regional. Gonna wait for an excavator to like not have anything to do. Or use one of the many bulldozers instead to flatten the terrain so that we can place the other distribution office. Sure. Dio's meat rural and Dio's cement. Oh, yeah. Regional. One work day. Why is it always like leaving tracks with one work day? A bit irritating. I guess people from the settlement can also walk here and work if they want. Some of them at least. Well, everyone really, because the train station is in range. If a train doesn't come and pick them up, they can just walk to the rail construction office. Classic. One work day. Yeah, very classic. I'm gonna be so happy to have the gravel production locally. That's gonna make things so much easier than driving stuff here by truck or train. Just produce it for the duration until we don't need the rail construction office anymore. It'll be fine. I'm still thinking about like putting a train unloading station here. Oh, this is like, it wouldn't be difficult. It would be convenient. Bring it by train distribution. I think we're gonna do train distribution. I want to see if we can make the whole package sing. Will a larger track builder help? How expensive are they now? They're too modern. We're not using any modern track builders. They would help significantly, but we're not using them. I refuse. Ah, come on. It would be perfect. We can still do that. That's odd. Okay. Train track for delivery of construction materials. Let's go. Track building over here in the middle of nowhere. Means I need a temporary bus stop, I think, to like slowly feed in the construction workers into the rail construction office. But no one has to go here. That's just to make sure we use up all the workers. %50 to the bus stop, 50% or the majority of the other ones anywhere else. One work day, you bastard. Thank you. Very helpful. So this is where the trains would leave the rail construction office, and the other one is where they would re-enter. They can cross here, wherever they want to go. You still have to build one more piece of track, which is going to be the material delivery track. You will need to know where you can get bricks, steel, boards and prefab panels, because that's what we will be running to that building. So you're going to have our board storage assigned as well. Not at 50% anymore. We're not running cement exports anymore either. We have a dedicated export office for that now. Okay. And then you need to know where the other construction materials are. Prefab panels at the customs house, if you need them. Bricks and steel over here. Not to be exported. That's gravel. Quarry isn't quite set up yet, just needs a little bit of steel. We do have workers here already, so that's fine. Like, 2 workers is plenty, I think. Maybe 3. Just because they need to walk over here. If this works, which I think it will, then creeping over the map with a rail construction office and villages seems quite convenient. As long as you can bring enough workers to it. Sovskoye might not provide enough workers right now to run this rail construction office reliably. But if an occasional worker from Kamevsk can walk in here, then it will still work. As long as the rail construction office has like 1 worker per train, they'll still do their job. Why are we using up all the bricks? Or, more importantly, why don't we have any workers here? I guess they're all going into the waste management area before they go to the steel mill / brick factory, so it does make sense. Not enough workers for the other industries just yet. I could route a few of them to send workers to the brick factory. They fall under other buildings. Occasionally some of them should make their way over here. Yeah, it's just the general lack of workers. At least like the whole planning for the area still meant we had no power outage, otherwise things would have been a lot more catastrophic. I gotta be a bit careful that the train delivering materials here isn't too long. Otherwise it's gonna run into a problem. Can be at most 100 meters. 137 meters. It's probably fine. As construction materials to the quarry have been delivered. I could have used extra workers delivered here by train. I should set up the route already to bring them in. So, from Sovskoye through Kemevsk, we might have to do an intermediate stop. No, I think we make the trip here completely. In Sovskoye we can load workers again, as many as are on the station. And then we just drop them off in Kirillov. Sorry, in Kemevsk. Unload. They walk basically to the bus stop. Up to 100 people. Might need another one. Another bus stop. How large is the train? How much capacity does it have? 380, so at most, like, we should load 25%, which would be close to 100 people. Let's do 30. 30%, no more. Unload them, they walk to the bus stop, and then we load anyone who's at the bus stop, which could also include extra workers who haven't been used yet. And then they'll make their trip back towards the city. That means we should start seeing an increase in workers here now. No passengers or students or tourists in this area, please. Thank you. Seven workers. And the number should be going up gradually as populations recover. Depends on when the train arrives in the station to pick them up, I guess. I could also prevent people from being picked up and transported to the iron mine in Bugodonsk right now, which would leave more workers for our rail construction. Speaking of leaving workers for the rail construction, I have to turn this one off once all the tracks have been built, or like sufficient amounts of tracks have been built, and we start relocating our rail construction vehicles in here. Birth rate increase has completed its research. Okay, that's the truck road. We'll be fine. Fill this up with gravel for the rail construction office, and yeah, we'll use it up. No gravel deliveries needed. Okay, that's a bit slow. 15% is very slow. Need another dump truck, I think. This building setup won't last that long anyway. Oh my god, they're like 400,000 now. Sure. There you go. That could lead to issues with like waiting until loaded here. Because the excavator might have to refuel. And then the other truck will probably block the entrance. We'll see. I don't need that much wood, I don't think. We need mostly gravel, which isn't part of the storage. I guess we do need boards and steel, but also bricks because of bridge construction. So I guess we need steel, prefab panels, bricks and boards in even amounts. We need prefab panels for the train tracks over the bridges because they do not accept wooden tie tracks. You're gonna go into the new rail construction office, I think. Plus the tunnel boring machine. We need 2 rail construction vehicles in here. I guess I'll wait. I have a question. What the hell do you do with waste in early start, especially construction waste? Export. You export it. We don't have a gravel processing plant or like recycling plant. We just export it by train. We load it onto like aggregate storage hooked up to a train loading station. And then our export trains from iron or coal have like 1 or 2 train cars reserved for just construction waste. So they wait until loaded for iron. And that fills up everything but that 1 train car. And then after that is done, after they're fully loaded, they just pick up whatever else is in the station, which does also include construction waste. Doesn't it take unbearably long to load though? If you're using aggregate loading, no. If you're using waste storages, then yes, but we're transporting it after picking it up from recycled storages by technical office service who drop it in here together with the metal scrap from the iron mine. And to see how fast it is, okay, these are not loading it anymore. I'm actually loading it by distribution office, but it loads as quickly as like metals, like iron or coal. Like it loads this quickly, as fast as it's producing basically. So no problem at all. Hello Teku, welcome. I don't think there's gonna be a Clan Folk stream. I'm way too much into this again. But tomorrow's gonna be clan folk. I want more clan folk. I want everything. On customs, I mean. It unloads as quickly as iron or coal. You need to use aggregate train cars. Like unloading 1,000 tons of coal or iron will take longer than the construction waste. If you're using waste train cars, then yes, I assume it will take an ages, but just gotta use the right transportation method. I don't think I have a aggregate train running right now. I mean, I have the iron trains always running. Oh, this one unloaded construction waste right now. They unload 500 tons a piece, so I always send them out when there's 500 tons in storage. Picked it up from the iron mine. Guess we could have seen that one. Let's see how far the coal one is. Maybe we can see how quickly that loads and unloads. 177 tons. I mean, I can send it out to showcase. Let's see. On here, rail distribution, loading, steel mill bricks. I need to name that one. Coal, sure. Ale, coal, waste. There we go. Pick up construction waste at 10%. Wait until a train gets sent. And then we can see. How do you separate it into construction and metal waste? With an external waste storage. Next to the industry. So our coal mine here has an external waste storage. A garbage container stand that I can say, okay, put construction waste in here. And they do that. Slowly filling up construction waste. There's still a little bit inside the mixed waste, but we filter that out after. But that's how we do that, with the external storages. You can also have one connected by factory connection if you want. That also works. I have to wait for the train with the construction waste to get back, I think. These are not aggregate train cars. You know what? I think we can send the train out if I do this. No? Okay, never mind. Let's just wait for the train to get here. Should be back soon. It's taking a while though. There it is. Unloading at the customs will be slower than loading. But it should still be fairly quick. Do you use mods? No. Only map mods, I guess, which I don't count maps as mods. Still not moving. Oh, there we go. Now it is moving. Back to 50%. There's a small train for construction waste moving in. 200 tons. Normal speed. We got 190 tons in storage. That was a normal speed. Basically instant. Takes a lot of power through the loading station, but if you supply enough power, that's how quick it can go. There's one waste pipe, the one through the mountain. Yeah, I set it up to look as if it's like built into the tunnel, but we still have the access hatches that we can't get rid of, unfortunately. So it doesn't quite look right. But it felt like it would make sense. It also only took like I think like 7 or 8,000 workdays to build. Wasn't too bad. Now we're just gonna wait for this thing to get to the customs house and we can see how slow it unloads. But you saw how quick it loaded. So it's I mean the unloading will be as fast as an iron ore export train basically. There's none here right now. I guess we gotta wait for the construction materials. Have you ever deconstructed the plumbing pipe? It won't allow you to attach a new pipe to it. Ran into that last night, but wasn't sure if that was a bug. If you deconstruct a plumbing pipe with demolition enabled, you have to wait until all the waste has been removed. And then sometimes it sticks around until all the last deliveries have been finished, and sometimes there's like a worker delivery that's still en route. But if all the waste is removed and no truck is heading to it, it should remove itself, and then you can hook up a new pipe. There's a bug. Had the same. You can create a disconnected piece that... Oh, you mean something else. The disconnected piece is different. The disconnected piece is that is just floating somewhere. You can solve by attaching another construction task to it and pausing it. And then they can reach the disconnected. So that is possible. If you have like a floating piece somewhere of some type, could be power line, could be a sewage pipe, you just create a new construction to the demolition task. I'm going to show it briefly. But yeah, I mean, you're going to see how quickly the construction waste is going to unload in a minute. Maybe I didn't do demolition properly. This one I did. I'll try again tonight. I mean, if it gets stuck and it's like floating and there's no more building connection, then no one can get to it anymore. If like a sewage pipe gets split into 2 or 3 pieces and all the connections to it are vanishing. Alright, construction waste train has made its way to the customs house. After refueling. Did they increase fuel consumption? No. I think it's still fairly low. So normal speed again for the unloading speed of 190 tons. So much slower than aggregate loading, but a lot faster than if it was a waste train. So that's going fairly quickly. And there's like an iron export train right next to it. Taking... Oh, iron goes faster than construction waste. Maybe because I have more train cars standing in the customs house. But to come back to your point, let's say you have a construction task that is stuck somewhere. Or like a demolition task, I mean. Like, let's say this is like a pipe that is like scheduled for demolition and no one can assign itself. In our case, we're going to use the construction offices because I can't use the demolition offices since it's not built. The way to get that hooked up would be to, like, if you have to, you can set up like a temporary sewage switch that you pause, doesn't have to be built. And then you draw a sewage pipe from your stuck sewage pipe to this one. Also pause that construction, so these two do not need to be built. But then you can reach this one. And right now I'm using the construction offices, but it works the same for the demolition offices. So if you have like a floating demolition task or construction task somewhere, that's how you would be able to access that. With 2 paused constructions. Hello Zadius. Welcome. Should have hooked up the sewage treatment plant before we provided running water to the city, but I think in the spirit of early start, it makes a lot more sense to just run headfirst into a brick wall like that and then deal with it after. We'll make room for the sewage treatment plant of this area and do a relocation here too. And I am going to get rid of the demolition excavator because I want this one to be a fast one. The slow, more modern one is not great. I'm not going to provide it a truck so it can get carried more easily. We're just going to get one that drives 40 kilometers an hour. That'll be fine. Looks like everything here is hooked up the way it's supposed to. Gravel is slowly starting to pile up. We now have 2 trucks waiting here. Gravel deliveries might be a bit slow, but we'll see. We could still assist it with some other help. The rail construction office in Sovskoy needs to relocate its vehicles here. We'll bring the ONK Dampfdrehkrans. Two rail construction vehicles and a tunnel boring machine should be sufficient. Now we can also hook up the rail distribution for construction materials, which you are going to do, not the prison. I mean, that would be one way to do it, have the prisoners carry it over, but I think that's a little bit inefficient. Instead, we'll designate unloading of steel, prefab panels, bricks and boards to this area to fill up the storage up to... Now that I look at it, it's really, really small. But, yeah. 3 trains being sent out to bring materials here. And then we can run this as rail construction. As soon as we have the trains in, the workers can work in that building. The distribution office almost finishing up. The meat distribution is struggling to keep up. This is not hooked up to the rail line. Why is the meat consumption so high? Or are the other ones driving it? Oh, you're also bringing it to Bugugodons. No, that explains it. Sure. Maybe I should do the meat distribution by train. I would have to set up a storage area in our other settlement, or give it like its own refrigerated trucks. Yep, the trains will be a little bit delayed because rail construction vehicle moving through. Apologies. My situation though, I was trying to attach a pipe from water treatment to a different pipe. Would let me snap them together though, I don't know. Anyways, stop yapping. Don't want to make you a whole stream troubleshooting my issue. Then you might have had the wrong... Either the demolition task... Like if there was no demolition task involved, then you might have just had the wrong sewage pipe size. Maybe you just had the wrong pipe. Or the demolition task, there was still a demolition task on it. because then it prevents you from snapping on it, as the demolition task technically is still snapped to it. Tunnel boring machine has arrived. That thing goes 60 kilometers an hour. Rail construction vehicle number 1 arriving. It's gonna have to wait for construction materials. I guess we don't have a little amount of storage. We still have extra storage in the rail construction office, and it's going to suck the construction materials in, I believe. It's gonna make it a nightmare to like demolish it and save the resources if I want to. But we can use the distribution office for that in that case. I might have to combine the loans again. It's getting a little bit out of hand. Maybe, yeah. Easiest way is just to like use the picker tool and pick the sewage pipe you have on the ground, so you definitely have the right size. If I have a reason to forget which pipe I'm using, I use the select tool. The picker tool just picks up the same size of whatever object you have, like, or like the same type of material. No fuel for track construction train sets. I guess coal and water is an issue. I forgot about that. I'm not going to build up water here though. Not sure if they'll run into an issue of lack of coal, but we can hook up some deliveries and give it a spare water truck, I guess. So one truck delivering water, and coal distribution is going to be by distribution office for a minuscule amount. Wait until unloaded. National distribution of coal. Send like one truck over, it's fine. Just like 10% coal. Gravel exists already. Picker tool. Yes, the picker tool in the terrain menu. This one. I call it the clone tool. Even though that's the copy area clone tool, but you select it and click whatever you want on the world map. And it picks that up as a construction task, basically. So for a sewage pipe, it would pick up the same size of sewage pipe. And I have that on a hotkey. It's like my second hotkey. First one, construction office assignment tool. Second one, picker tool. I barely use the construction menu at all. Just wish I had noticed it a while ago. It is a good tool. We need a mixed signal here. And we need more bricks. So the resource deliveries are going to be the slowest part now. But the distribution offices can hopefully take care of that. A little bit. Cool. That works. Oh, we ran into the issue with the refueling here. I don't know if I can leave wait until loaded out. It might be digging too slowly. Let's see. If the excavator is here, do you stick around or do you like stop because it's loading you too slowly? Okay, we will just keep the wait until loaded out. And then if the excavator has to refuel, the trucks are just going to drive around for a bit until the excavator comes back. But I think if the percentage was any lower, then the loading might be too slow and the trucks might just like think, ah, there's not enough materials, we're just gonna not wait until loaded. Waiting until unloaded will stay though. There's some water. We need more people to actually start making bricks again in sufficient numbers. That's what we're waiting on. More workers in the brick factory. Back over 10,000 citizens at least. Still need to get back to 11,000, which we should reach now, thanks to the additional housing. It does look like a very low density slum-ish area with a couple like proper houses. Temperature too low. 15 degrees. Minus 43. Seems okay. Normal. Just a bit of a jump scare. Clicking on a building and getting a temperature too low warning, but it is the coldest part at the moment, coldest time of the year. But the heating plants are working sufficiently well. Yep, population back at 10k, doing well. There's some more construction materials for the rail construction in Chemevsk. Yeah, it's based on the shortage of brick deliveries now, but rail construction is in this location. And we're producing gravel enough in advance for when we're over the bridge to then start laying track. We need not that much, 100 tons. And then to finish this we'll need a bunch more, but gravel production should hopefully keep up. We can have 150 tons plus another 145, so almost 300 tons of gravel at the ready. Seems acceptable. I guess I could limit the amount of workers here a bit. Just so we don't run through all of them immediately. Half capacity, 35 workers. Okay, as soon as the bricklaying for the bridges is done, the other materials won't be consumed as quickly. Okay, the steel will be. Steel deck truss and all that, but yeah. Steel production, I guess, is the other thing. That's a bit slow still. Could import, but I think that would be foolish. Just build with our own material. Also, let me start combining loans. I'm not really gonna have any more money from it, but the monthly and daily loan repayments are gonna be much lower. $700,000 right now. It was much higher than that before. Every loan we basically cut down this way and eliminate into fewer larger loans is gonna reduce that. Down to 650k and a few more to go. One more. 530k from 700k, and before that probably like 800, 900k. I didn't look, but yeah, you save a bit of money. Passenger train being a bit delayed, I guess, from the traffic jam when the rail construction vehicles were heading this way. Gravel's almost full. And yeah, as long as a couple workers walk into the rail construction office, it will keep on building. It's just we need to bring extra workers here occasionally to make sure it builds at a fast pace, but the trains won't go back for lack of workers. So that's good, especially if we're like further down the track. The village will provide the workers to make sure this keeps on running. Huh. Kamask. It's just one unload command. Three tons of bricks, well, that's not gonna do. That's not gonna do at all. Okay, we're bringing pitiful amounts by train now. Maybe I should institute a minimum amount inside the storage. It would be like 5%, just so we make sure there's at least some materials lying around before you start running. And the material deliveries are not going to get in the way of the passenger trains. Unlike the rail construction vehicles moving back and forth through that area we're doing. I mean, they will, once this village is up and they have to pick up and deposit workers in that area. But it will be for a really short distance in that case. Is any coal heading in this way? It should be. Coal has already been provided. I guess they're complaining about lack of water. Water truck is a bit slow. Steel. Couple ton more bricks and then more steel on the other side too. That works really well. I like it. Not accounting for the lack of resources we're sending over there at the moment. The concept of a temporary rail construction office along a train track works really well. I think if I do a run like this again, I would probably try and cover as much map as possible without like building more than one city. Like just go into the map, creep somewhere and like build village after village after village, and then maybe a city 3 villages in. Would have to micromanage the amount of highly educated people we have. Maybe the first village would get like a university, a tiny university, to make sure we have at least some way to make highly educated people. So it would be like a town like we have right now, with all amenities, but then start developing from there. Because we do have to bring the villagers somewhere. They need to go and visit culture buildings and sports facilities, and that would be in the first city at that point, or first town. Other distribution office, meet regional, done. Copy the tasks and move the vehicles. Then get rid of this and the building, and we'll set up water treatment here, sewage treatment. Hook it up to the sewage discharge, and then redraw the sewage pipe. And then we develop more housing here. Lots of which can go to the food factory and then come back and walk to the train station.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
Okay, I will tell you to not work in the TV station. I want to keep the amount of people, higher education, limited who works in there to the 2 houses that are right next to it. No one from the train station will go there. Other buildings are not in range.
Говорит
We should have a little bit more fine control on that.
Москва.
Still don't have the secret police. But when the sewage treatment for Sovskoy factory has been set up, at that point we can worry about extending our housing over the road closer to the lake. It's going to consume some chemicals, but give us more area that we can build on. Still loads and loads of free flats. Population graph is on an upwards trend. Halfway there, back to where we left off at Almost 11,000, didn't quite reach it. The sewage chemical truck also needs to repair at 30% wear and tear, like all the other vehicles. Why are they sending trucks here when the demolition isn't done yet? Or like there's not a full load of materials to pick up yet? I'm gonna finish it. Looks like yes, probably. No, one workday. Early start. The one workday challenge. Make every construction task, every demolition task finish with at least like exactly one workday. Missing gravel. Yeah, I guess the gravel processing is a little bit slow here. I would have to set up another one with a loading station from here and a single truck ferrying quarried stone over, but it's fine. I mean, in the future, if I ever research modern industry, this whole setup would be replaced by a single conveyor connected gravel processing plant, and the truck and the loading station would completely go away at that point. Now you're finally picking up the last material. We could get some third world migrants to fill up the housing, and I think I'll do that. Have no use for the US dollars otherwise at the moment. Get that population growth going a little bit faster. I think that's probably enough. Second excavator for demolition work, please. Only 70,000 US dollars to get those migrants. Pretty good. Now it all hinges on the school finishing the education of the people quickly, so that they may start becoming productive workers in our society, and not making our children fall behind that already were in the Republic, so that they can get a university education, or at least attempt to get a university education. I mean, there's already plenty of students waiting for one. Cash getting low? Yeah. Sure. Thank you. I'm not sure what we're importing right now that's so expensive. Fabric and crops, electronics. Electronics, man. Getting a radio up and then, or like a TV up, and then feeling beholden to bringing electronics to your people without making them yourself is expensive. Looks like we're out of steel. The steel decks on the bridges are expensive. But yeah, maybe we'll get some more workers here soon. The migration wave has happened. We're back to 11,000 people. They just need to have an education. Just need to be taught, and then they'll be ready. Where are the buses? Oh my god, what the hell? What's going on here? That's not good. Thankfully, like, people can walk to the heating plant, but what the hell, guys? Something weird going on. Traffic ditch, it's fine. I guess as soon as the building went under maintenance, it became a problem. Is that a constant thing now? I'm gonna report that, I think. All right. I think it's because the road is like they're doing like a weird loop here, driving in through this area. I think it's the construction access getting in the way of the regular like vehicle access. So the construction workers drive differently into the building than the other vehicles. They do like a weird loop around here, versus the other vehicles just going in normally. And if there's too many vehicles, then everything clogs up. Like so. Not ideal. No hidden road signs? No. There's no space for a road sign here. It's just the extra maintenance vehicles causing problems. Like you can see the other vehicles driving in normally, and construction vehicles do like a weird jerky movement through here. I'm not sure why. They pick like an area and then do something, and then I guess for the rightmost lane they do like a weird outside loop, but it'll be fixed now until it has to do maintenance again, I guess. Buses are running again. Oh, all the buildings can reach that clinic. Lovely. Why are you not moving to the demolition site? There was room for 2 vehicles. I guess you think it's not needed? I disagree, but I can't force you, I guess. Worker numbers are finally starting to go up, means more brick and steel production for our rail construction needs. Still not where it should be, but we're slowly getting there. School is hopefully catching up with its tasks. Why am I blind? There's the school. Still a couple more to go through. It shouldn't like back up for too long. Like as soon as the 21-year-olds have been fully educated, we're only going to be left with the regular students, and yeah, not all of them need a university education, so we can have a little bit of a delay in school education, even though it means the people get to work, I guess, slower. So brick deliveries currently aren't as important. I mean, they can still fill it up because we will need it for the other tunnel later on. 260 tons of bricks per tunnel. But right now they kind of need steel. And if I were using the other rail construction office, they could use the one from the material storage, but it would run out regardless. There's 310 tons in here. We could pick that up and bring it to the rail construction office, but I'd rather leave that for construction tasks and maintenance than spending it on the rail construction at the moment. Four more waste pickups, maybe 5, depending on if the construction waste is 5 or 5.01. Looks like construction waste was only one pickup, so 2 more truckloads and this demolition is done. I'll have to flatten the ground a little bit to make room for the sewage treatment plant. Hopefully it will fit here. It looked like it had enough space without having to compromise the integrity of the road ramp up there. That's a passenger car. We don't need a passenger car traveling here. Thank you. Okay. Switch input coming in from the switch. Medium pipe, and then I guess we can run a medium pipe out. It's not that much production here. Sewage treatment plant will need like 1 or 2 workers, I think. That's gonna disrupt productivity for a tiny bit. I will put another switch in here. We're gonna route it from the main tank, I think. How are you able to build that pipe anyway? So I'll probably bring it up here instead. And when everything is in place, we'll demolish this partially and reroute the sewage pipe up there. There should be no elevation difference here, so it should be fine to do that. Workers from the cableway station will be able to reach the sewage treatment plant. We'll run it at 2 or 3 workers, and that should be enough. Let me know when that one is done. We'll need another chemical truck for that to work. Lack of workers, meaning we're not producing enough. At least we're still exporting iron, but we could be exporting steel. Or at least like having enough steel for our rail construction attempt. Gonna throw us back economically. The sewage pipe rework.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
Looks a lot better. I mean, it still looks about the same, a little bit more slanted towards more students in the classroom than in the schoolyard. If we had enough teachers and staff, that is. Should definitely have no issues like providing enough workers for the school. As long as the university can keep up. That one's also struggling a little bit with professors. Yeah, I guess the situation with like sending highly educated people to anywhere leads to shenanigans like these ones picking any workplace, not just the ones that require higher educated citizens. So you go here, here, there, other buildings. Basically 49, 49, 2. Work in the hospital, the technical university, and then pick any other building other than the TV station. Actually, if you can't find any work there, you might be better off going to the train station. I don't know. I think that's all the higher educated buildings we have in the area.
Говорит и показывает Москва.
I'm a little bit scared with the sewage pipe clipping through the water substation, but I think it's gonna be okay. So we got prefab panels, bricks and boards, just missing steel now. It's the only construction material we currently need. Means I could lower the brick production again, but I'll leave it where it is, because we also need it domestically. Oh, you can also work in the courthouse, I forgot about that one. You should all work in the TV station. Primary goal. 344 uneducated workers who are still scheduled to go into any industry to work. Just gotta get through the school system. Maybe I should increase the amount of workers in there. Let's do that. Provide more room for staff and teachers. A village-based run with actual village start, barely any money. Would probably be heavily focused on logging, and at some point getting a technical university to find out where the resources are to actually start extracting. Maybe on a different map. I kind of want to try like early start on New Horizons 2.0 again. I've been like putting off the map for a while. Logging, gotta pray for the price not to crash like this run then, yeah. But I think maybe with like, it might be like doable with a very large volume. I would have to set up like settlements that aren't even as large as this. I need like a food kiosk, I need like an alcohol kiosk maybe, and then a house with like 10 workers. In range of the previous settlements, hospital and like fire station. I don't know. I guess I would set up settlements the way I've done here. About 2-3 kilometers apart, so the construction offices would be in maintenance range. And then, yeah, they would have to go to the previous settlement. So I guess we would go from the customs house, a town, to get things started. 2 villages in, and then another town. 2 villages in, or like a smaller, a larger village. Probably only 1 university in the initial town though. Like logging, gravel extraction is something we could do. Would be very painful early start, but having a gravel processing plant hooked up to the rail network so a train can go there and load whatever is in the gravel processing plant would work. Farming could work very, very early. Would be also painful, but everything is painful with the idea. of like pushing into the map rather than building a clothing factory. I guess the initial settlement could get a clothing factory. We could like dump waste in our republic. Maybe I should let chat decide how we would fail. Play. Even with very low profits, you can still, with volume, eke out a living, I guess. And I assume with villages that don't require electronics, it might not be expensive to like expand. I mean, we would invest a lot in infrastructure to get like across the map, and that's going to be the expensive part. Building train tracks. Maybe setting up a food factory somewhere. Importing grain, producing food, and then wondering if we should do our own farming. But like, I'm imagining, what if Sovskoye wasn't like pre-planned to be this large of a settlement? What if Sovskoye was like another town before we kept expanding through the map? On Siberia it's really tough because of how difficult the terrain is. But on another map, might not have been as much of a problem. Money would be the most worry, I guess. But nothing a clothing factory / waste incinerator could solve, I guess. That should be doable. A 1,250 people away from another research point. We do not have enough free housing for that many people, but the plan was to extend this after the sewage treatment is in place. When the pollution here has been reduced to a significant lower margin. Right now the pollution reaches up towards this point, so it would affect housing in this area. But once we treat the sewage water here, pollution should be reduced significantly. Have you considered easing the self-imposed aspects? Would it help? I don't know right now. How is our loan anyway? Look at the loan capacity. We got like 95 million rubles that we can take out. We're still fine. Easing, I mean, if we get larger, more modern vehicles, sure, that would be fine. We could do what Project 7 is doing, which is allowing ourselves to get modern vehicles if we produce them ourselves. That would be like an encouragement to do vehicle production. But we haven't planned with that in mind, so retrofitting that in right now with low tech wouldn't be as easy. Bunch of concrete, some steel, and then I guess the machine installation after. Notification when the construction is done has already been ticked, so I don't really need to stick around. The sewage pipes are in place. Water won't change. We'll be able to bring down the amount of workers in the school again after this migration wave has been integrated. And works productively in our industries. Still fairly low. We could probably bring down one processing plant again. Don't need that much coal at the moment. Which would be 15 more workers that could potentially make its way back and work in the steel mill or brick factory. I'm not gonna mess with the waste handling. Why is there construction waste in here? Who did this? Because this ran full. Why is no one transporting construction waste away from here? Waste. You are just bringing stuff here. Aren't you supposed to haul that stuff away? At 50% to the construction waste storage, up to 100%. So do you need a dump truck to do that, or... I thought you did that with a regular truck. Not even doing the metal scrap. Well, that explains the waste storage is running full with construction waste. It's still not a problem. I thought I saw a waste truck hauling that stuff for us. But I guess not. With 4 tons, we can pick up at a fifth of its capacity, so at that amount. 20%. Also need to haul metal scrap out of here. I'm sure there's already a different distribution office assigned for that, but I don't trust it. Aggregates National. I think you're doing metal scrap. Okay, you're doing metal scrap. Aggregates National. That's a shame, but also not a problem to clean up again. It's just gonna be a little bit annoying to do. Just gotta wait for the waste to be hauled away. A bit of steel and mechanical components in the construction here will also be done. And I guess that's the time to redo the sewage pipe here. High priority on that one. Of course, the excavators are going to the other one first. Not having that. Go to the high priority one. Oh, that one's so short that it doesn't even accept an excavator. You know what? No. We'll do the whole thing then. I want my excavator. do that building. "66 workdays is not that long. Production of food and alcohol will stop for like lack of like sewage handling, but it's not gonna be too bad. I wonder if the livestock's gonna start dying, but also industrial product. I only have 2 spare waste trucks. Gonna put them on a route. And we can modify that route later to suit our needs. But the trucks have already been assigned, so I don't need to go to the truck, select them, and I can just go here and find the route, I guess. And then modify what I need. A little bit more waste pickup, but at least we can use the excavator. And then I guess the rest can also be removed after, because we don't need it anymore, like that sewage pipe and the sewage switch. But yeah, I don't want to run into the situation where money is not a concern anymore, because then we just build super luxurious stuff that... I still want it to be based in efficiency, but be somewhat realistic looking. For industrial areas I have no idea. For train tracks I think it looks nice. Maybe a little bit cramped here, but we had to work with what space we had. Alright, chemical truck. There's 3 workers in here. Should be good enough. Has the dump truck arrived? Yes, just now. Okay, so now I need to clean up the waste again from the source to the destination. The source in this case is the waste in here. The mixed waste is slightly polluted. We have to draw it out of the incinerator, because the incinerator pulls everything in. I'll get the route and pull it out of the building, and then pull it out of the storages. We just route it back into the whole system. It's not going to take too long. Load mixed waste and put it back into the aggregate unloading station. Or like, not aggregate, the mixed waste unloading station. And wait until loaded there. And once that has been cleared up, then yeah, we can go back to these. Just load them once. Probably wait until loaded on each of them. Don't even change it away from mixed waste, just go through them once and run them back through the system, and it'll hopefully be fine. Unless of course the game decides that when the truck loads the mixed waste that is pure construction waste, it flips the truck around. But we'll see. Another old excavator to be replaced by a faster one, road speed wise, not excavation wise. Still lacking steel. Maybe I should send a burst of like rail distribution over so we can keep building. I will allow you to load from here temporarily, once. But yeah, that's only a one-time thing. Guess we have to wait until the distribution office trains return. Brick exports of 38 tons, because I'm allowing them to drive with only 3 wagons. Let's stop those brick exports for now. Waste truck has arrived. I will now make you load from here. And I think go through all of them once. And hope that cleans that up. I mean, it's gonna start dumping ash into the storages that are like emptiest, the most empty. As we're loading, might not be a good idea. But we will basically have 2 trucks for this, so we might be able to block both parking spaces for that time. And I could also turn off the distribution office, I guess, until then. Just don't pick up from the incinerator right now. Or like, we'll select which dumps you can unload into as they get cleaned up. That is clean. You can dump in there now if you want. Dump 1 can go away. The other ones still have to be cleaned up. And wait until loaded on the last one. And we'll slowly unassign them as they become empty and re-enable them in the distribution office itself. Bricks. coal. Still no steel transportation. Like, what are you doing? That is, you're returning, okay. You are also returning, so we had 2 trains doing brick exports. Now you're going to the building materials for 82 tons of steel. We can do that maybe twice. I'm gonna stop that, like 1 delivery is enough. The rest has to come from our production. The steel storage is still for our construction, and important that way. Sewage pipe in place. Everything is running as it should. Probably couldn't run this with 2 workers. There's barely any sewage here. Capacity is 165 cubic meters of water. We're currently running 13 cubic meters at most. 10% capacity would be 16.5. Double that, 2 workers will be able to handle the sewage production in this location. And you can fill up to 100 cubic meters when there's like fluctuation with the amount of workers here. Okay, that should significantly reduce the pollution in this area too. Yeah, the coastline is like clean already from this location. That is very good. Definitely room for housing now. More workers means more people going to the steel mill, if we can bring them there. Having a single bus stop here and then delivering them to the train platform could work. And then return trip by end station would be quite easy. Means we need a road. Can hook up into the gravel road for the cableway. We'll leave this without housing next to the sewage discharge. It does not make any pollution, which is really good. It's pretty much clean. 85% is not causing any excess pollution from the sewage. I think we're gonna leave it at a 5-hour stream today, so I'm gonna put a cut in here for today. We set up rail construction along the train tracks. We cleaned up the factory and the city's pollution water, allowing us next time to set up an extension to the settlement for more workers and hopefully a much more efficient steel mill. But we'll have to see. Yes, Simon, it's very sad, I know. Very, very sad. Another inspiring stream. Many thanks. You're welcome. We're gonna raid over to... I don't know. Project 7, I guess? Sure. Let's go over to Project 7. I'm gonna raid Project 7. He streams in German, but we'll welcome you and talk to you in English. if you have any questions or want to stick around. If that is an issue that the stream will mostly continue in German, then that's fine. There's plenty of streamers. You can also check out Yumble TV if you want. Also, returning streamer to Workers and Resources, but streams City Skylines as well. In any case, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I wish you a lovely rest to your Wednesday afternoon. Take care, everyone. All the best. And maybe I'll see you next time.